Yo, what's up, Saberwind? Hello, Ratomatic. Good afternoon, Pang. What up, Daniel? Alright, we're just gonna jump into a run and see how it goes. That'll be the warm-up today. Good evening, RMF. What up, Mace? How's it going, July? DM Johnson. Appreciate the good luck. Hello, Noel. Oh my goodness. Golf coach, thank you for the 1,000 jewels. I still have yet to look that up, but I appreciate that. Because it plays a thing on the screen, so that must be a good thing.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Hello, Amphibembi.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Alright, so yesterday we actually had a fairly productive day. Well, okay. I would say it was somewhat productive. I don't know. There's a lot of a lot of whining maybe about the Wii U, but we did get, you know, a 24. That's something. And there were a couple of runs that stood out that would have been way better than the 24 I got, if not for one or two things, such as the loaded geeked. Stop getting real low. It is definitely dropping. The thing is, for this to be faster than a Switch 2 speedrun, we need it to drop quite a bit. So we'll see. I did look at the load times. I should have maybe picked up the pepper. Might not matter. Hey, what's up, Ollie? Thank you, Walnut Crop. But yeah, I took a look at the load times through the 2458 into DaVinci, through my 2246 into DaVinci, and then, you know, cut out all the loads. And the way it looks kind of supports my initial claim, right? It seems as though loading screens only lose throughout the run a little over 20 seconds. And world loads, interestingly enough, are not that big of a time loss. I think it was kind of weird. Basically, I had fewer world loads on Plateau by a significant amount. It was like 3 seconds of world loads for all of the plat slides. Where all of the data that I have for previous, like, Switch 1 runs because I've done a lot of load analysis throughout the years, and essentially, on average, you would expect a really fast run in terms of world loads to be about 6 seconds of world loads for plateau, and a slower run would be like 10-ish seconds. And so the fact that, you know, Wii U, even though my slides are probably not as good, like, I do know that, you know, the speeds that I'm hitting are going to be slower, which means I'm less likely to get big world loads. I don't think it's that big of a difference, though. So the fact that it's like 3 seconds faster, I think points more towards the fact that the Wii U itself just handles like world loads differently. And yeah, in this case, it's like you just get fewer world loads. But at the same time, you then look at the castle slide, and it's a whole different story. Because the castle slide in my PB had 18 seconds of world loads. Of which, you know, there was one 9-second world load right at the end. So, you know, realistically, that slide was not the greatest. I could get a much better one. And I think that might be a more fair comparison because, yeah, 9 seconds was just one single load. But, you know, for a Switch 1 slide, we know that we're looking for ideally around 6 seconds of world loads for like a truly elite slide. Because we've done, you know, I know Lutz has looked at this quite a bit in the past, but essentially it's like, yeah, like, do you see that? That's no world loads, essentially. I get more world loads after the slide is done. But yeah, it's like 6 seconds. And then if you get a really bad one, it's like 12 seconds. And so just having 18 in one slide is kind of... like, what can you do, right? That's just excessive. I probably don't need this thing plugged in currently. Yo, what's up, Cristola? Hello, Stealth. What up, Nicholas? Hello, Nemo. X3. I guess PB is faster than the Switch 2. It's faster than the normal mode Switch 2 edition. But if you're just looking at any run done on a Switch 2, it's not even close. Because the fastest Switch 2 run is a 2356 on the Switch 1 edition. And then the fastest Switch 2 edition run is a 2414 on a master mode. So I would need to beat a 2414 minimum to beat the Switch 2 edition. And then, yeah, I would need to beat a 2356. And even then, it's like, you know, the 2356 is not, like, the best run ever. There's still a time you could save. And there are new strats that I'm using that are, like, helping the Wii U that I would be able to go and update in the Switch 1 edition speedrun. 1. You. Oh snap, RMF, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate that. Holy. Hello, Teabag. No. That's pretty unfortunate. We should be fine. I just need to make sure to stasis that immediately. What up, Channing? Hello, Jeffrey. Oh, thank you for the good look, Abracadabra. How's it going, Timo, Luca? Made it to Calamity 3 times? Yo. Huge. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. And by interesting, I mean perfect. Perfectly normal. Nothing to write home about, to be honest. Dude, I got a 903 stasis yesterday. Isn't that ridiculous? It was like literally like 20 seconds faster than this. And this run has been, you know, decent. It's been good. Hey, what's up, Arfie? I could have known that wasn't gonna work. There's something about this wind bomb where when I'm doing the inputs for it, it feels so bad, man. It's like there's input delay or something on this controller, which I believe there is. Because it just feels too terrible to play on Wii U like this. I don't know. It's just like, it's slower. Yeah, of course. It doesn't reset the cold damage. Ah, 124, that's fine. Whatever. As of today, how many Wii U Breath of the Wild speedruns have I done? Well, I've done it for... This is probably day 4. So, you know, not that many. You watched the cutscene, you were hooked. Didn't know it was a new arena. Oh my goodness. This guy literally has not played the game. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, you gotta familiarize yourself with the surroundings, right? It'll help out. Once you start to try and fight them, you'll be like, oh yeah, I bet you didn't realize that there was a spear over here that I could grab. I've got you now, Calamity. Yo, what up, K? Hello, Trek. What's different in the Wii U? The loads and the lag are way, way worse. And that's about it. Well, okay, the other difference is that the latest version on Wii U has BLSS. But yeah, it's a worse way to speedrun compared to 1.6 on Switch 1. I will say the other thing that would be difficult to account for would be how much the lag matters, right? Oh yeah, also the amiibo scan instantly, which is really cool. But yeah, the idea is like it's the same exact run pretty much. But with that being said, the Switch 2 cannot BLSS, so there's still a chance that it's faster to run on Wii U than Switch 2. I think I'm a little bit more confident after looking at the load times, because it is actually it's not that much slower, right? I took my PBs for both and I chopped them up to remove the load times, or rather isolate the load times, and the Wii U only loses like 20, I think it was like 21 seconds on the loading screens, which all things considered, not that bad. And then world loads was also not that bad. Like, it looks bad, but it's not. It's not the worst, right? I would say overall it was somewhere around 30 seconds. Because it was like 20-ish for the loading screens, and then maybe another 5 or 6 for the world loads. So yeah, when I made the initial estimate, I was thinking, you know, it's gonna lose time, but not to the point where it's not still really fast. Although I don't know how much the lag throughout the run is gonna matter. Because I don't know of a good way to time that. Okay. This is the moment of truth. Basically, can I do this? That was a good save. Okay, that's not good. Do I know why that failed? Absolutely not. Will I ever know why that failed? No, probably not. It's just like, you can't do anything, you know? This console is just a literal piece of garbage that should probably be thrown away. God damn it. It's so frustrating. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It like literally is grating to play on this machine. Yeah. It probably failed for a reason. Nice. I mean, I know the reason. The reason is lag. That's why it failed. Why do you have to buffer Sanctum? Because there's too much lag. So if there is too much lag, then wind bombs fail. It's called a lag stop. And so for Wii U, when you are in castle, there is just too much lag to wind bomb, right? And so I have to do a lot to try and minimize the lag as much as possible. One of the tricks you can do is to buffer it, because the way the Wii U generates lag is different from the way the Switch generates lag. And so the idea is that the menu runs at a stable 30 FPS, right? And so if you can keep the game running at 30 FPS, or rather a stable enough frame rate, then it actually doesn't cause a lag stop. So what you do is you buffer so that the wind bomb goes through. So it's a trick where you can get wind bombs to work pretty much anywhere on Wii U, even though there's too much lag normally. So like right there, that wind bomb to get to Zelda's room, right? I did everything exactly the same as I do it pretty much every single time. But sometimes there's just too much lag to do it unbuffered. The thing is, I try to do it buffered and it also fails, right? And so, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult and it kind of pisses me off, to be honest. Because, you know, I'm doing everything exactly the same. I'm pointing my camera all the way down. But it just doesn't work, right? And if you took two clips side by side and said, what is the difference? There would be no difference, right? There would be no real way of knowing why there was too much lag on one but not the other. And yeah, it's definitely an experience that I was expecting it to be bad, but I don't know. It's like more tilting than I really would have imagined. But it shouldn't be surprising that lag is just something that is not fun. What up, Onyx? Hello, Sai. Oh, Simo, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Appreciate the good luck. Do you think this is your last day of Wii U Breath of the Wild speedrunning? Absolutely. I never want to touch this thing again. If I do other Wii U like speedrunning content, I will make sure it's not something that I have to to do for a prolonged period of time. I will probably like at best record myself like killing the Lionel on plateau with the gamepad, because I think that it would be funny. But if I were to do that, I'd do it off stream, because I don't think I could deal with doing more of this on stream. It's just like it really is unfun. And like, you know, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to figure things out, but it's it's frustrating. Hey, what's up, Zelds? I mean, after Wii U, I gotta start prepping for GDQ.
Link,
I've only got like a month and a week, maybe.
dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
So it'll be Tears of the Kingdom glitchless. Would you try to Wind Waker speedrun on Wii U? I mean, maybe like someday in the future, but it wouldn't be for a while. Yeah, I mean, I think... Wait, they've already done any percent? It was a while ago, right? That was like, I think before... Well, okay, it wasn't technically before Aeroflight, but the run that was showcased was pre-Aeroflight, like strats. But then, you know, all dungeons got showcased, which shows most of any percent, like, anyway. So, realistically, you know, there's no need to showcase any percent anymore, and they've already done all dungeons. So, like, glitchless is a nice way of showing a different run that's also pretty exciting for, like, the end game. If anything, I think glitchless is a cooler run than regular any percent. Oh, shit. Fuck, can't. Kidding. God, this piece of shit. It just like randomly disconnects my controller too. That's fun.
Oh.
Then all shrines. Well, generally, I wonder what the average length of a GDQ run is. But yeah, 5 hours is a tall order.
Hey.
Naughty words, player 5. Can you please not be annoying? Like, I know you're trying to make a joke, but I am actually, you know, frustrated. Grow up, bro. It's a video game. It's okay. Whatever, man. Like, I don't know. I asked for them to be more considerate, and their response is, like, just grow up. I don't know. Yeah, the tree is something we figured out. Basically, the tree doesn't load in when you do the slide over, if you do it fast enough. And so when you're trying to climb the tree, it kicks you off because I guess the tree finishes loading or something. But yeah, essentially, I've solved it. Seemingly by equipping shield before I try and climb the tree. And so yeah, it just like ensures, I guess, that I've waited long enough for the tree to properly load, which is a really funny consideration, because that never happens on Switch. Okay, 111. That's actually not bad. Yo, what's up, Duggan? Hello, fine. Appreciate the good luck. What up, Avon? Dude, they are kind of crazy. That is something that in my my comparison of the loading times, I didn't make sure to like add in those kinds of loads. I don't think it would be a huge difference, but you know, it might be like a few seconds here and there of like extra time. Especially like cryo, there's almost always a load when you equip the shield. Okay, that was a 111 entry, 2.4 off gold. I think it was first try ESC. It could be better. Was that too early? No, okay, we're good. Yeah, this is fine. Could certainly be better though. You know how much time the Switch 2 saves? Oh, I haven't looked at the Switch 2 loads. I looked at the Wii U and the Switch 1 PBs that I have, but I have yet to look at Switch 2 for that comparison. But I will be doing that later. Okay, 114 is not bad. Also, yeah, mag clip is kind of crazy. I've stopped or I've tried to stop re-equipping the shield there because it just lags so much that it's better to re-equip inside of the shrine. How do you know when to skip out of a shrine? When the text fully disappears. How much is the Switch 1 save? It's, I think, a little under 30 seconds. Or like roughly 30 seconds on loads, from what I can tell. But it's not like a completely accurate timing. In that, like, there are sections where the game lags, like in Castle, for instance, and I didn't go through and check. Because, like, when the frame rate drops, you do slow down a little bit, but it's much harder to, like, parse that out, I guess, compared to a world load where it's like, you know, the game is frozen for a certain number of frames and you just have to cut that. Dude, it was really funny. My PB had an 18-second, or 18 seconds of world loads on Castle Slide. Of which 9 seconds were the world load right at the end. Like, I hit the castle gatehouse, and it was an unbroken 9-second world load, which is crazy. Yeah, having to buffer as well. That's why it's like, it's not... It's not a perfectly accurate comparison, but it's like fine. I think it does still give us a decent idea. Okay, so we go over here. marks. That's good. Okay, we got the sub for on castle. That's not bad. Nice D-pad. Yo, what's up, Luna? I actually should have delayed that slam a little bit. That's not good. I think that... Oh, that's not good. Unless... Wait, we might be fine. Yeah, we're not fine. Okay. Okay, yeah, it could be worse. Okay, that might be faster than doing the flare rush. Probably should be. I don't know why I failed to get all the hits on the Royal Guards Claymore, but that's fine. Small PV.
La noirceur de l'âme de Ganon enveloppe son corps. Cette aura le protège de toute attaque. Je vais contenir son aura maléfique. Mais je ne pourrai pas tenir très longtemps. Il te faudra viser les points lumineux. Je crois en ta victoire, Link. C'est le moment. Le pouvoir de Ganon s'affaiblit.
Any particular time I'm pushing for? Ideally, it'd be a 23:55 or below. Realistically, $24.13 maybe.
Maintenant.
Essentially, I would like to beat the Switch 2.
Tu l'as blessé. Continue comme ça.
And the fastest Switch 2 speedrun is 23:56. So I want to beat that, but it's not looking very realistic. It's just I think it's too far away.
Tu y es presque. Encore un peu.
I think it might be possible, but it would take too long for me to get it, I think. Because I would have to play really, really well.
Link, regarde. Sur sa tête.
Yeah, the loads are, they are buttons for sure. Nice. All right, 24:48, not bad. With Italian, that's 1 second faster than that, so let's just keep that in mind. All right, good start though. I mean, like yesterday, I was struggling to get the 24 to 58 even, so this is definitely solid. What's the Wii U world record? It is this right here, 24:48. But yeah, like Wii U is not super optimized right now. There's been like 1 or 2 people who have done runs of Wii U in the past like 7 years. And thank you for the GGs. Nobody had a Wii U to actually do runs. Funny thing is, the Wii U is actually faster than the Switch, like when the game launched. So if you look at the world record history, the world record was held on Wii U for the first maybe 2 years that the game was out, before version 1.6 was released for Switch, which vastly improved the load times. So if you wanted to compete for a world record, you wanted a Wii U, which is hilarious. Dude, and like doing runs, it's like how? I'm on the latest version. I have the physical installation, or no, I have the digital installation, and it's just so bad. And yet it was faster than
J'étais avec
Switch.
toi depuis le début. À
I don't
chaque
even
instant.
remember like
J'ai vu tes
noticing.
efforts, tes succès.
Presumably the frame rate wasn't that bad, right? Because I guess when you think about it,
C'est pourquoi je
the
savais.
frame rate on Switch, right,
J'en étais certaine.
isn't the thing that got
Je
improved.
savais que tu
The thing
affronterais
that got
Ganon,
improved on
que tu en sortirais
1.6
vainqueur.
was that the loading screens
Link, héros d'Hyrule.
got overclocked. And so
Sois 1000 fois remercié.
yeah, basically the
Est-ce que
loading
tu-
improvement was strictly
Est-ce que tu te souviens de moi?
on like on loading screens, in which case it's not gonna impact, you know, the frame rate drops from laggy areas. Because yeah, play on Switch 1, you know, it's not that bad, it's not that jarring to run around castle. But then you do it for Wii U and it's like, oh god, my eyes, they burn. Do you think you'll do non-Zelda speedrunning in the future? I mean, maybe. It'd be like a while from now, though. Like, I have no current plans to speedrun non-Zelda games. All right. Yeah, 2448. We're almost at the sub 24 sum of best. You know, at least there's that. But yeah, I lost a lot on Blights. I lost a lot on Calamity. Dude, the Blights time loss was unfortunate. Basically what happened was when I slammed, and this is one of those things where you could argue that throwing the Claymore on the Thunderblight strat is actually better in that it technically is slightly faster on the menuing, which, you know, that's going to be 1 or 2 frames or something. Essentially, the difference between menuing 1 to the left with the EOD or menuing 3 to the right to equip the EOD in Blades. That difference is very small. But in Thunderblight, the strat we do is like you make sure that your Claymore durability is like on 1 when you do the jump slash at the end so that it breaks. Is it gonna be the last Wii U stream? Yes. Yeah, this is the last one. I don't think I would be able to handle much more. My god, man. I can't. There's that guy earlier who was telling me to grow up because I was getting frustrated with the game. Grow up, it's just a video game, and now crazy times. I missed the runs. Yeah. That was the last run I'll ever do. You actually missed it. Sorry. That was my final speedrun. 56-minute stream. We're ending it here. Hey, yo, it's a photon. Could you make a video showing speedrunning tips? I am working on a tutorial for the like BLSS route. Dude, I was reading through the script of what I've written so far. It's actually like pretty good. I feel like, you know, it's not complete yet, but it seems like it's going pretty well. One more for the vibes. No, that's I was joking. Of course I'm gonna do more. You can do their mining session. Oh, what's up, boys? Hello, Namil. Well, anyway, we've got more speedruns to do. Can you downpatch on Switch 1 with a homebrewed console? Yes. That is one of the ways to get an earlier version. Am I doing Wii U next week? No. Moist, do you want to torture me? See, I would have likened this to, I don't know, doing a stream with like TTS, except you seem to enjoy TTS somehow. That is the first castle segment that I've gotten every single wind bomb first try. We have fun. We do indeed.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi.
Sil, thank you for the 39-month resub. Appreciate that.
Réveille-toi.
Dude, I'm actually looking forward to... I think at the end of today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna swap to my Switch 1 and do a speedrun.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
So we have the comparison, right? I feel like it'll be like taking off the training weights, you know? Like Lee with the weights. That's part of the focus command. Right? Wait. Somebody type exclamation point focus. It might not be part of the actual command. Because the YouTube comment was like really long. Oh, only on Twitch, unfortunately. The command was too lengthy. And YouTube has like a very strict character count, like limit. I think it's like maybe 200 characters or something. So most of the commands don't actually fit without being doctored. Dang, I don't think it says it. Yeah. If you go to the full
Link,
version,
Link, Link.
I think he misspells it too.
Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la
The
carte
pinned
de la tablette
messages.
Sheikah.
Yeah, like Lee with the weights. And then later on, he also mentions like you should do a Wii U run. This is really just me fulfilling the prophecy. Yeah, 247 is fine. Is pressing B over and over actually more efficient? Do you mean for running? Because for running, I'm doing a mix of sprinting and whistle sprinting. Where whistle sprinting is the technique where you hold down whistle and then mash B, and you'll go at slightly slower than max sprint speed while regaining your stamina. So I swap between them because regular sprinting is faster, but it requires stamina. So once you're pretty much out of stamina, you have to then recover it. So if you weren't whistle sprinting, you would just be walking, which would be really slow. So, you know, I am just holding B as much as possible because that is, you know, the fastest way to run. But then I'm getting the benefit of, you know, moving slightly faster while whistle sprinting. Because it's like 80 to 90% of the speed of regular sprinting, but you regain stamina. Yo, it's at max. Is BLSS the same difficulty on Wii U? Yeah, it's pretty much the same. When you're regular sprinting, you spam B. I do not. That is simply not true. Hey, what's up, Alfredo? When picking up the pot lid and torch, why do you look down? It's supposed to manipulate the bokoblins. Essentially, enemies like act differently or slightly differently when they're off camera. So it doesn't work as well on Wii U, from what I can tell. Or rather, they do act differently than they do on Switch. But the manip is supposed to make it so that I can get the torch. More consistently. Because, yeah, pretty much you alert them and then you turn the camera down so they're off screen, which makes them less likely to notice you. And so it gives you slightly more time to get to the torch before they pick it up. Hollow Gravel. What up, VV? Oh, wait. So... That wasn't gonna work. I probably should have not done it. I could tell that was gonna fail. Oh, I just got rid of skew. That's fine. A little light physics? Oh my goodness. You gotta... get some educational content, you know? Hey, Cleric always makes good videos. I saw that he uploaded recently, but I haven't actually watched it. What's my favorite part of speedrunning? I don't know. I think it's like just doing something that you're extremely familiar with, I guess. Right? Like something you're so familiar with that it is just muscle memory. Like there's something satisfying about doing that. It's either that or the like satisfaction of getting a PB after a long time. But I think with the recent like any percent grind, for instance, it's, I don't know, the payoff took too long, I guess. And you know, it wasn't a large enough payoff, I guess, to make up for the 5 months that I spent trying to get it. Because like ultimately with speedrunning, the more optimized things get, the harder it is to PB. And it's like, you know, it should be more satisfying at that point to PB, but it takes so long to get PBs sometimes that it can kind of cut into that. Also depends on other factors. Like, you know, if I wasn't doing this as my job, then I think it might be different. But it's like I'm relying on it for income, so if it takes me too long to PB, then I have other stress that builds up. Where if it's just like a hobby, you know, taking a while to PB might not be as stressful.
Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Do you get skew after air wind bomb? Wait, I'm not sure what you're referring to. After air bomb? Hey, what's up, Nazi? Hello, Acid. Dude, the most exciting thing about the QR codes that I've seen was when you were allowed to like scan in Ganondorf. But then I think they patched it, so you can't do that anymore. But I also wasn't much of a like creative, I guess. Wowie. After doing a wind bomb. Yeah, so I'm not really sure. I never get skew after doing a wind bomb. Do you have a specific example?
Oh.
Because yeah, I'm just not quite sure what you're referring to. Did I say skin and Ganondorf? Yeah. At the beginning, when they first introduced it, people figured out that you could scan certain QR codes to spawn in non-Zonai devices.
Hey.
Or like things you shouldn't be able to scan in. So like you could scan Ganondorf and he would show up. So you could have a bunch of them or something like that. Ah, 152 is fine. Trying to understand ESC, why is it so hard? Are you playing on like 30 FPS or 60 FPS? Because 60 FPS ESCs are just like... Those ones are actually pretty difficult because you need to be able to identify the right frame, and there's like 2 frames that look correct. And then there are more factors, like it's just harder to do. If you're on 30 FPS, then... Wait, hold up. Gotta make sure I actually hit that. Let's see, if you're on Switch 1 edition, or rather if you're not on the Switch 2 edition, like the upgrade that costs $10 or something, then it's 30 FPS. Only the upgraded version has 60. But yeah, if you're on 60 FPS, then it is very different, and it is much harder. But if you're on 30, then like... If you can identify the right frame, it's like you just need to make sure you have the right skew, and then if you can identify the frame, it should be pretty reliable. Ow. Going with I'll take a 119. That's fine. Yes, 917 is good. Nice, there we are. Dude, I swear it's impossible to do that ESC on Wii U. I should eat the food. Okay. Really, I think it would be better to eat the food before I do the clip. Because it'll allow the game to have more time to load everything in, right? So the issue I'm running into is that when I do the ESC, there's like an extra little world load that happens right after I re-equip shield. And so I need to hold the A button to complete the ESC for a little bit longer, and I just don't. So if I eat the food beforehand, which, you know, I typically have to do, it's not guaranteed, but most runs I do have to eat the food because I'm not very good at getting on the slide. And so yeah, if I eat it early, then there's probably no chance that, you know, it actually is gonna have that extra world load because I've given the game enough time to load things in. Okay, 1.8. That's not bad. Hey, what's up, Awesome Sauce? What up, Mr. Red Slimy? Hello, Sinking Island. What is the time you need to beat the Switch 2? It would be at 23:56. Or if you're including the Switch 2 edition, then it's a 24:14. Bad. Why is it slower? It's older hardware. The console is 14 years old. So like right here, that load, for instance, is a very good example. It takes over 10 seconds on the Wii U. On the Switch, it's probably maybe 5 or 6 seconds. Also, like, I lost 5 seconds there, despite having one of the best entry times I've ever gotten. And that's just the volatility of that load, specifically. Like, there's a couple of loads in the game that can vary by multiple seconds, and that is one of them. Right, like, I did nothing differently, and yet I've lost, 5 seconds. Kind of crazy. "14 years young." Yes. Technically, it's not 14 yet. I think, like, the console came out in November. So... there's still a chance. Okay, 116 entry is not bad. Yeah, 140 is really good. There we are, 207. That might be the best I've ever gotten here. There we go. Like that. No, it didn't load, really. Oh, I did. There we are. Solid gold. close. A good adjustment on my end. And we should be fine on durability. Yeah, 126. So this is a little slow, but not too much I could have done. Just unlucky. What? Okay. Wow. That might be fine. I don't know. Doing this again. Oh, that's actually so bad. Alright. Well, I thought this run might be good, but unfortunately it's just lost a lot. Oh, that's bad. Because yeah, this should have been a really big time save, potentially, and then it just lost me the 6 seconds. Asshole, you are such a piece of shit. Wow. Shit. Oh, it's actually so over now. Oh yeah, it's never been more over. What can you do? I actually tried to stay away from Calamity, and he just kept on running towards me. Like I was backing up, and he just got too close. Hey, what's up, Scatter? Thank you for the congrats. Alright, well, that was unfortunate. But it's fine. I was really hoping that was going to be a solid PB, because then I wouldn't feel like I needed to do any more runs. Like that would have been a good enough PB that I could just relax for the rest of the attempts.
Réveille-toi.
Hey, Crut, thank you for the 6-month resub.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Have you ever tried MCSR ranked? The better question would have been, have you ever tried MC? And then cut off there. Because the answer is yes. But, like, barely. I have played Minecraft twice in my life. Once in middle school English, and once for a couple months over, like, 2 years ago, maybe.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah. Ouvre les yeux.
You're playing Zelda 2 in this day and age. Well, hopefully
Réveille-toi.
you find it fun. I've heard mixed reviews. Nice. I've got a controller. not properly recalibrated. Booze. Do you know what causes that insta slam in blights? Well, if you're talking about the fire blight thing, I had started holding Y, but it looked to me like Lincoln didn't start spinning, so I let go. So apparently he did start spinning, because yeah, it's just slamming by letting go of Y too early.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi.
Yo, what's up, Nomron?
Réveille-toi.
Is that like Aaron?
Prends cette tablette chez Elle te
Whoa,
montrera
whoa,
la
whoa.
voie après ton
Noob
long
bag?
sommeil.
I hear a teabag made it to Calamity a few times, so it can't be a noob. Oh, wait. Hold up. Am I cooking? You can't spell waterproof teabag without pro. I heard noob bag hates Breath of the Wild. Did I say throw? No, I said pro.
Link.
P-R-O.
Link. Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la
Interesting.
tablette Sheikah.
It must be my accent. You're not used to the thick Californian accent. Well, to be fair, I usually am. Water is wet. Well, that's why you need to be waterproof, right? Let's see. Dude, I'm thinking. Which might not be a good thing. Do we just call it? I feel like I could just swap to switch detox from the Wii U. I already got a pretty good, you know, at 24:48. What would that even be on the leaderboard? Speedrun.com/BOTW. 24:48.
Ouvre les yeux.
Oh snap! Wait. Okay, so it would be 26th, or it would be tied for 26th. Let's see.
Réveille-toi.
Interesting things to note.
Réveille-toi.
If I improve my time by 5 seconds, get a 24:43, then I beat a certain individual.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
Who,
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
well, I guess he's more of a Link to the Past runner. Let's see. If I improve my time by 20 seconds, then I catch up to another familiar name. It's that bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I don't know. I've been getting a lot more annoyed with it than I would like. I mean, my brother, I think, walked out of the room because I was being upset about the video game. Whenever I start swearing, that's not a good sign.
Link.
What about negative 16 seconds? I wonder what time that would be.
Dirige-toi vers le lieu
I didn't beat my
que t'indique la
1.9
carte de
time.
la
Wait,
tablette Sheikah.
Moist, what's your 1.9 PB? Is it like a 24 3x? 31, yeah. Yeah, if I beat a 24:28, then I beat Onyx. Also, it seems like there's a lot of people around the 24 like 4x range. So if I improve this by a little bit, it could go a decent way. But yeah, I don't know if I actually want to. I think just for the video, I've decided, I don't know. It's weird because like I went and I parsed out the load times, right, for Wii U and Switch One. And it seems that for loading screens, you lose about 21 seconds. Right? Which is like not that much. That's around what I would have expected. Right, because then you look at world loads as well, and at least from the world loads on the slides, you only lose, you know, I think it was like between 3 and 4 seconds. And that's including a slide where I have a 9-second world load at the end, right? Like the castle entry time was not the best. So realistically, I would say you're losing around 30 seconds on loads. What do you think about the guy from Baki coming out of Tekken 8? Well, I had no idea that was happening.
Ouvre les yeux.
I'll be honest, I don't really know much about Baki other than the like memes that I've seen. And it looks kind of absurd. At the same time, I feel like he kind of fits the style, right, of Tekken.
Réveille-toi.
In terms of super buff guy.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
I don't know. It seems fun. I wonder what the Tekken fans think. Yo, what's up, Drew? Oh, dude, my brother showed me I think it was a tweet from Harada that he's finally gone to a Waffle House. You hold world record right now. Are you asking about Wii U any percent? Because then yes. If you're asking about Switch 1 any percent, then no. Yeah, I think if people enjoy it, then that's good. If they're looking forward to it.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Also, yeah, attempts probably would be less annoying if it was not like an extra minute or something to reset. Although I did look. I didn't do a full comparison, but it took, I think, it was like a minute. A minute 57 maybe? So like the actual reset itself to close the game and reopen it takes maybe 50 seconds. Because the cutscene of like starting the game up is around 107. It could be longer on Wii U, I'm not sure. But yeah, like closing out the game, reopening it, that takes nearly a minute. Which I don't know how long it takes on Switch. I think it's only like 30 seconds maybe. Yeah, GG Lux. On the 100 stream streak, here's your high five. Wasn't expecting to see first and second place for a game this old. You can't say for a game this old. Come on. That's rude. It's only 9 years old. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hollow Knight was the same year as Breath of the Wild. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, with the situation this time around, it's like, you know, I'm pretty sure Moldy was gonna take a break from speedrunning, like before he started up the any percent grind again, because I then went and started up an any percent grind. So it's like, in a way, having this competition is because, you know, I decided to run any percent, and it sparked, you know, competition. They were too busy asking about Silk Song. Oh my goodness. The thing is, yeah, so, you know, high level speedrunning, there's generally like a gap that forms between, okay, I don't know how universally true this is, but I feel like I've seen many examples of, like, you know, the top couple of runners break away from the pack. So if you look at the leaderboard, right, the difference between first place and second place on Breath of the Wild any percent is 3 seconds right now. The difference between second and third is then what? 17 plus 14? It's like 30 seconds. And then the difference between like third and fourth, like there is a big gap there. Because, you know, it does take a lot of time to get good enough to get world record, especially in an optimized game. And so, you know, most of the time it's like, whether or not the world record keeps getting broken depends more on whether or not the couple of top runners actually decide to do runs and like want to beat that time. Because yeah, when Tears of the Kingdom came out, you know, the world record for Breath of the Wild stood for 10 and a half months, right? That's the longest that the world record has not been broken in Breath of the Wild's history. And it's because, you know, everyone started running Tears of the Kingdom. But then I came back and I beat my time after a pretty long break running tiers. To be fair, Trevor was getting very, very close, so I don't think it would have stood for that much longer regardless. Since Trevor was like only a couple of seconds off, maybe, by the time I got back to running it.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
There we go. No, you don't need to play Age of Calamity. Like, story-wise, they're pretty much entirely unrelated, because Age of Calamity is like Breath of the Wild's prequel or whatever, but even then it's a little iffy. Because, yeah, it's not canon, where Age of Imprisonment is Tears of the Kingdom, like, backstory. And then the mechanics, like, yeah, they'll be similar, but, you know, the game is going to teach you how to do everything that you need to do. Like, honestly, if you played it in the reverse order, I think it wouldn't, like, really make a difference.
Hey.
Play the OG Hyrule Warriors. Oh my goodness. Just make sure you play all of the DLC as well. And then you'll never actually play the game because you're too busy playing all the rest of the content. That should be fine. 152. Yeah, OG Hyrule Warriors is kinda crazy. You want the physical cartridge? Can't you just, like, buy it online? Opinions on Linkle? I don't really have any. Yeah, I like barely played the original Hyrule Warriors. I think my brothers played through it, and I like did a couple of missions. One 122, yeah. Okay, that's a little slow, but that's fine. Like, companion AI gets so much better. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I could see that. Jesse, thank you for the 26-month resub. I appreciate that. Oh, that's not good. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, that's a dead run. Dead. I mean, Castlegate's not even really a difference. Because, like, it'll be unloaded. Honestly, probably a similar amount to the Switch one. Because the thing is, there'll be, like, really big world modes that happen right next to Castle, so... While you may think that it should be unloaded more often because, you know, Wii U is less powerful, it ends up being the case that it just, you know, stops you for longer. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, well, not the greatest of examples there. Because I got the ESC second try anyway. But yeah, basically the route is exactly the same. It's just more lag. More lag, more loads. Not the greatest. But not the worst. I feel like I could gold. What's my cryo gold? It's like a 213 maybe. That's like 10 seconds off my actual gold. Which it definitely shouldn't be 10 seconds off for one split. I just haven't gotten like a really good thingamajig. Okay, this is potentially still doable.
Hey.
Is Tears of the Kingdom worth playing? I would say yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Ow. Dude, that was kind of sick. I like jumped out late, but I still managed to enter the cutscene pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of harsh reviews or whatever for Tears of the Kingdom, but I think if you don't go into it, like, expecting something way better than Breath of the Wild or something that's as revolutionary as Breath of the Wild, you're gonna have a lot of fun. And especially, I feel like if you haven't, I don't know, played Breath of the Wild in a while, then it'll be even better. Because a lot of people, I would imagine, replayed Breath of the Wild before Tears of the Kingdom came out. I didn't see what the entry time was, but I imagine it was the 25 or 20-ish. Yeah, the loads are pretty insane. This is digital. I dumped the disc. Dude, really? Oh my god, that's so stupid. What? Really, man? Like, it disconnected my controller right... That's incredible. Oh, no. You saw me, like, walk up the stairs? That's because it disconnected the controller. And so it disconnected while I was holding up. Nice. I think we may have missed Wind White Skip right there. I swear there's like input delay. 2448. There's like lag and an input delay, I think. And so I was trying to run into the right spot and then I ran too far. I can't believe it. It disconnected my controller right as I was about to sneak strike the Lizalfos. I guess there are worse places for it to happen. Still not ideal. Yeah, so right now, I don't know if it would happen with a regular Wii U Pro controller, or if it's because I'm using a homebrew like application to connect my Switch Pro controller. I don't remember if it did it on like the first couple of days where I was using the actual Wii U Pro controller. I do think it sometimes does disconnect, like randomly. I'm not plugged in. Like I don't have a wired connection. It is through Bluetooth. And so it will occasionally just disconnect. And I don't know if plugging it in actually makes it a wired connection. Well, you can't use gyro either way. On Wii U, the only controller that is capable of gyro is this thing. The gamepad. So like, I think what this like app is doing is it's basically taking the Switch Pro controller and connecting it as if it were a Wii U Pro controller, and so it has the same functionality. Yo, what's up, Maria? Why are my arms so long? Oh my goodness. Are you talking about my me? It's I don't know. I mean, technically it's not even my me, right? Like I didn't create that me. I think my brothers did.
Ouvre les yeux.
But I don't know, it's like a fairly default. Is that me supposed to be one of my brothers? I don't.
Réveille-toi.
I guess it's supposed to look similar, but it's not like it's named
Prends cette
like after one of my
tablette, Gilda.
brothers.
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Otherwise, I would have changed that. Don't want to dox them. And that's one of those things where, yeah, it's like I could make a me, but I don't actually know what me's I have on there. You're assuming that was my me from middle school? No. I mean, it's from when I was in middle school, but no, it's like the same me that we created for, and by we I mean my brothers created for like our Wii. So I'm not sure if it's actually supposed to be one of us, or if it's just supposed to be like a pretty default character. I remember I was making some crazy me's with like the eyebrows flipped upside down, going through the hair, giant, so that it looks like horns, etc., etc. That was pretty fun. But yeah, it's like I don't want to open up the me maker and then see that there's
Link.
my full government name,
Link.
social security number,
Dirige-toi vers le lieu que
etc.,
t'indique la
etc.
carte de la
Bank
tablette
account
Sheikah.
information on full display. And I think presumably, you know, it wouldn't be there, but can never be too careful. Six. No. That's not gonna work. I have not played Undertale or Deltarune. Yo, what up to here? There we are. Did you know that we're giving you tomorrow off for Memorial Day? Oh, snap. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Spending the day relaxing. Oh no. Dude, there's some crazy strat that I remember seeing where... What was it? I think it was like Futurelander had posted for Runeless. You could like climb up on top of this thing and then jump over. Because once you're up here, there's some way to then run, jump, and make it like probably shield jump over, and you'd be able to get up there. But it seemed pretty precise. I don't know. Disappeared. Do you have any plans for the long weekend? Ooh, a barbecue. That sounds good. Is this the hit game, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? It is. The greatest Wii U game to ever come out. Yo, thank you, A-Train.
Ouvre les yeux.
I guess, what, Memorial Day weekend used to be...
Réveille-toi.
when, you know, me or my brother would go to this, this like,
Réveille-toi.
this soccer tournament. Where I don't remember how far it was, but it felt really far. Like you'd have to drive for a couple of hours to get
Prends
there,
cette tablette Sheikah.
and then you'd stay in a hotel.
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
And it would take the whole like weekend. That was pretty fun. Nowadays, we chill. And it used to be that like that was when my brothers would, right? Because my parents would have to come and stay with the team. So my brothers at home could then use that opportunity with the parents out of the house to like barbecue up a bunch of meat. And so I remember just like getting left out. They'd be having like a feast, you know, ribs, barbecue chicken. Back then, I guess it wasn't brisket, but maybe like tri-tip, just everything. And you normally, that would not be acceptable. With the parents at home, it's too much meat or whatever. And so I was the, I would take the fall and miss out. Well, have a good night, Hydro.
Ouvre les yeux.
Am I winning? I don't think I would count it as winning.
Réveille-toi.
Although you can't spell winning without we. So there's that. Just left pizza money. Hey, pizza's kind of hype though. Yeah, the thing is like, there's a big enough age gap
Prends
between
cette tablette Sheikah.
me and
Elle te
the like
montrera
older
la
set of
voie après
kids
ton long sommeil.
that, what, my brother was like already working and making enough money as a software developer that he would go out and buy stuff. I could. Oh my goodness. You've done it, Noman. Something nobody else could ever do. Never hope to pull off. Congrats. But not Wii U. Hold up. Maybe the Canadians do. They'd spell winning with a U.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
All right. I see how it is. Hey, what's up, Lynn? Oh my goodness. Kind of an angry glorp right there. Oh my goodness, wait. Holy, this is so weird. Okay, I was wondering whether or not my YouTube stream was even live. Because the last message that I had was, what was it? I don't know if you guys can see it, but Awesome Sauce sent a question mark. This was from like over an hour ago at least. And I don't know, sometimes the sometimes the chat's not super active, so I was like, it's probably something like that. But no, I just went and I refreshed the page, and it turns out I've been ignoring YouTube chat this whole time. Not my fault though. It just wasn't showing me the chat messages.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
Hey, what's up, Progress
Elle te
fan?
montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Appreciate the good luck. I've done twice with Twitch chat. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. I swear I didn't mean it. Yeah, I was like, I finally was curious enough to go and reload the page. And yep. Memorial Day off has been revoked. No. Surely not. Okay, but do I get overpay or overtime pay? Can I ask what it is to beat the Switch 2? It's to physically take like a baseball bat and then start hitting it. Or maybe a hammer. Just like wham, wham, wham.
Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
But the real answer is that I want to beat the game faster on a Wii U. So I'd have to beat the game in slightly under 23 minutes. No, slightly under 24 minutes. Although I'm probably, to be honest, gonna stop pretty soon. I gave it my best shot. Well, maybe not quite, but I gave it a good shot at the very least. And it seems like from the load times that it might be possible. Right, because you don't actually lose that much time on loads. Fabled VU 22 4X. I think we need to allow overclocking maybe. Oh, thank you, Pillarbug. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate the thought. Why Wii U? I mean, it's one of the 3 consoles that the game came out on, so it's just an interesting comparison. Not to mention, Wii U is one of the ways that you can play with DLSS, right? They never patched it out. As the latest update on Wii U is 1.5, and the DLSS patch happened on 1.8. So, if you're playing on Wii U, then you will always have access to DLSS. So the idea was like, can we do a run that's faster than Switch 2 because we have access to DLSS? And I think it's like pretty close. It's not quite there. Okay. 2403, 48. I feel like getting a sub 24 sub at best might be fun, but well, maybe not fun, but it would be good. It's just it could be a bit difficult. I don't know. There are certainly a couple of segments I could gold to get that. But it does also feel like a lot of my segments are like pretty solid. Like not perfect. I think like bombs is really good. Mag is really good. Stasis is okay. Like it's not bad. Cryo is not amazing. But that segment's kind of hard to do.
Réveille-toi.
So like I could probably gold cryo by 3 seconds. Castle could also have some time save.
Prends cette tablette chez
Calamity would have quite a bit of room
Elle te
to save
montrera la
time.
voie après ton long sommeil.
I don't know. If you hate emulating, Wii U is a lot safer to mod Breath of the Wild. That's true, yeah. But then you're running on a Wii U, which is, as we've shown, has some issues with performance. It does, it does. It tries really hard. And perhaps we learn a lesson here. Sometimes it takes more than hard work and effort. Sometimes you try your best and you still fail, you know? Oh my god.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi.
Well, Vivi, did you try unplugging it and plugging it back in?
Réveille-toi.
Oh no. Yeah,
Prends
hopefully
cette tablette
everything
Sheikah.
gets figured out.
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Who doesn't love tech issues? A Lodrid. Ow. Look, moms. Or, moms? Look, mom. No hands. There he goes. It disconnected, and then when it reconnected, it didn't calibrate the sticks properly. And so the left stick was stuck in a down position. All right. That'll be enough Wii U for me. Let me get the Switch set up. It's a fitting end, to be honest. Okay. Change the style or change the order. Rare. It's been fun. ... Question mark. Um, fun is one word that you can use to describe many things. I don't think I would use it in this context though. There were fun moments. Yeah, I don't know. I do think like it was an interesting experiment. However, we will let it rest. And switch consoles. We got a 24. It would have been what, 26th on the leaderboard or something. That's good enough for me. All right, now I gotta deactivate. Probably need to stream settings. Edit. Whew. This is gonna be crazy though. The difference. Because I think one, we're gonna have gyro on the Switch Pro controller. Two, I think there won't be any input delay, where it seemed like there was at least 1 frame of input delay on the Wii U. It should actually feel like the training weights have been taken off. I'll feel free, but we'll see.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Do you see how instantly the Sheikah Slate like loaded?
Quella è una
I'm just
tavoletta
kidding.
shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Do you hear that? Wait, is that Italian Zelda? No way. Yeah, I never got the Italian voice acting set up. I just didn't bother. It would have required me to go and download it somewhere. It's like, it's just running. And then, you know, SOR clip. But it feels so good. Yeah, there is something about the way the controller is connected. Either that or it's like
Link,
the presence of lag
dirigiti al luogo segnato
pretty
sulla
much
mappa della tua
everywhere
tavoletta sceicca.
while you're playing on the Wii U, where it just feels slightly less responsive. Oh my goodness, dude, I have muscle memory. That's so funny. I've now got muscle memory to wait for the arrow to load in. $230 first try. Are we back to the Switch One grind? No, no. I just want to play on a console that doesn't feel like I'm wading through mud. This is for fun. Hey, what's up, TT? Thank you for the good luck. Is that gonna work? A breath of fresh air, indeed. A breath of the wild, perhaps. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work, but I tried it anyway. I wonder if I could still get a 23. I think there's a chance. It's music to my ears. I guess who's back? But the Italian old man.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not used to these amiibo scans taking so long. Sorry, I thought those were supposed to be instant. Dude, a 156 is... That's like my average, I think, on Wii U. Can you switch to a Wii U controller for amiibo scans? No, the amiibo scanner is on the gamepad. So I don't think you can connect that to a Switch, and even if you could, the Switch doesn't let you seamlessly swap controllers. You'd have to like do the whole run on it. It would require homebrew. Okay. What up, Mako? Okay. Well, it wasn't a 23 first try. Hey, what's up, Shortcake? Thank you for the good luck, Slushy. It is Italian. You listen to the voice acting and read the subtitles this time around. You'll notice they are not the same. Which is not the same as when I was on Wii U, because on the Wii U, in order to change the voice acting language, you need to download the voice pack from the eShop, and the eShop is down, so you cannot do that. And so I wasn't able to get Italian, even though it's faster.
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Gonna need to pay attention to your glitchless in order to, yeah, it's true. I mean, I'll have a document. I'm gonna work on one with all the different things to kind of like note. Yo, what's up, Reds, guys? This guy's playing casually. Oh my goodness. You won't think it's very casual once I get to Colgera.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo
Hey,
segnato
what's up,
sulla
Genesis?
mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Colgera, easy peasy. Alright, buddy. I'll hand you the controller. Dude, I need to get rid of that muscle memory. I now... I delay pressing A to wait for the arrows to appear. Which is not a thing you have to do on Switch. Alright, another 231 entry. Not bad. Why did you get assigned Tears of the Kingdom any percent glitchless? So you don't get assigned anything. You submit speedruns. And then they choose from the submitted runs. So like I submitted 2 speedruns. Master Mode Switch 2 Edition for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom glitchless because I thought that those speedruns are like interesting and would be a cool showcase. And so they decided they wanted Tears of the Kingdom in the marathon rather than Breath of the Wild. Or neither, right? There's a chance that when you submit, you don't get chosen at all.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for the raid, Ryan.
Ooh. Ah. Mm-hmm.
It is actually kind of crazy how big of a difference the scans make, right? Because, like, it's kind of awkward. You have to wait for all the fish to, like, drop down. Are raids a thing on YouTube? Yeah, I think. Well, it's weird. I think they do technically exist, but they're not very common or well used or whatever. Like, there's not really a culture for it on YouTube, and they also make it harder to do. How to filter to see previous world records. On speedrun.com, you can click history, and it'll show you all the different world records as they happen. I don't know if you're looking at Breath of the Wild. Isn't that a reset? Look, a reset is when I click the reset button. I don't need you to analyze whether or not I should reset or not. We're not trying to PB. We are just trying to play the game and have fun. But yeah, if you're looking at the Breath of the Wild leaderboard, then be warned that the world record history for like any percent is not super accurate in terms of, oh, there's a couple of things wrong with it. Alright, see ya, Flambade. Can't wait to feel the shorter load at Paraglider, yeah. It's actually kind of interesting. You can see when you look at the load times for both my Switch 1 PB and my Wii U PB, you can tell which loads are significantly longer. Because like you line them up, and the Paraglider load is like twice as long. I'd rather you not experiment, as there's no need for it. And we have a list of commands. At the cost of other people's sanity. So I can
Ooh.
also just, you know, time you out and whatnot. Right. Like, it's fine. Dude, that was kind of close. Oh my goodness. Wait, that's instant. Check this out. Wait, wait, wait. That was only 4 seconds. Like max.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness. Whoa. That's actually so crazy. Like you don't realize it until you play on Wii U. The luxury. Like, I'm pretty sure that load is over twice as long. Because I think it's at least 10 seconds on Wii U. Yeah, this is a palette cleanser. And can I just say that was a 155 at the treasure chest? The best I ever got was a 207, I think. Dude, I think one of those Lizalfos just torched itself. Like it died. Wait. Dude, I don't even remember what my muscle memory was for this wind bomb. You don't have to worry about lag at all. That's actually not good, is it? We might still be fine. Okay, we're fine. Oh, it's beautiful. No lag. And gyro to do Windblade skip. You can do a wind bomb there? What? You think of the O thumbnail, then I've done a good job. Started throwing tornadoes. Dude, the tornadoes are like the worst part. Because you can't parry them. You just have to wait.
L'intero corpo di Ganon è pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò a lui. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link.
It's kinda...
Ganon si sta indebolendo.
it's kinda weird because, like, before, I think they had mentioned, oh, I could link you to, you know, a speedrun of whatever game they were running. But you might get mad, implying, you know, posting a link is, like, not a good idea without permission. So, seem to at least understand that before.
Funziona in difficoltà.
Yeah, what's up, JK? Piki. No, not Piki. No, that's not... We don't have that one, right? Okay, good.
Ancora un po'. Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto.
No, I would definitely remove it.
Link, guarda la sua testa. Quello è il centro della sua essenza. Link,
Nice. Why did I only lose 1.5 seconds there? Dang, 24-12. That's honestly not a very good run. But thanks for the GGs. What happened there? I shot a little too far left. Dude, it actually is as big of a difference as I was expecting to play on Switch versus Wii U. It just feels nice. Yeah, I like how you know, I finished up a run that was what, a minute and a half off of my PB, and it was still like 30 seconds faster than any run I finished on the Wii U. All right, see ya, JZG. And now you can exit during the cutscene. True. Things you don't think about. Generally.
Svegliati.
Someone submitted a dusk run that was
Quella
a
è una tavoletta
233.
shake. Ti guiderà dopo il
Wait, so how
risveglio
much
dal tuo
faster does it look like it's gonna be? Has somebody looked through like loading times? End of 15. Holy.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Oh, can I also point out that when you hit the home button, it's immediate. We're already starting a new run, for instance. Isn't it crazy? Yeah, I mean, like, French voice acting is good. It's just, you can't beat the Italian old man. Nor should you, as that would be elder abuse.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Shrine jingle. Okay, well, teabag. I have a solution for you. If you miss it so much, you can go and play it on your own.
Quella è una
Go
tavoletta
buy yourself a
shake.
Wii U.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Are you insane? I might be. You also, like, you run with the camera facing down there, and it doesn't lag. You know, the frame rate stays stable. And this is a Switch 1, right? It's not even, like, a Switch 2.
Link.
But the game runs flawlessly.
Link.
Well, for the most part.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Like, there were leaves covering the camera from the trees as I was running by, and yet not even a single, like, frame drop. Dude, they should have had a dark mode for the Wii U. GG. Wait, what was your snake's name? Is it like Marty or something? huge.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Why did I switch from the Wii U to the Switch? Because I switched to a better console. Not quite all the way to the Switch 2.
Quella è una tavoletta shaker.
But yeah, it's basically that
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio
after
dal tuo
spending the last 3 or 4 days suffering, I want to play the game as it's supposed to be played.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shaker.
Well, Nintendo looked at their quarterly report and decided they're making too much money. But, you know, it's there as an option. They're like, we're like too successful. That's also why they stopped making games. They've only released, what, like, maybe 7 games for the Switch 2? Or 7 exclusive games for the Switch 2. Yo, what's up, Sam? Nintendo hates money. Dude, it's crazy to me. And this is, you know, the Pokemon Company. So, not the same thing. But, whenever I go to the Pokemon Center website, I always am shocked that, like, everything is sold out. And it's like, would they not be able to keep their inventory, like, in stock? It takes them so long to restock things like Marie. I spent like at least a year, maybe two, checking to see whether or not Mareep, like this tiny sitting cuties plush, was in stock before I was able to actually get it. And it's like, well, if it's sold out, it means it's sold out because it was popular enough for people to buy it. So if you just sold more of them, then maybe I don't understand something here, but wouldn't you just make more money? $114. Yo, what's up, Sandra? It's about time for some new info on the next mainline Zelda. Perhaps. I don't know, I think they might wait a little bit more. It's been, what, 3 years since Tears of the Kingdom came out? If you expect maybe 6 years before the next one. I can see it taking a little bit. Did you hear that a group of collectors are suing Hasbro for printing too many Magic the Gathering cards? What? Wait, hold up. What are the details of this? Is it that they're like devaluing the cards that are already is it like a reprint or something of some old set? And so the people who collected the cards in the first place have now just lost a bunch of value. I feel like there's just an inherent risk in... Oh, is that gonna work? I feel like this won't give me skew. Just kidding. In collecting something like trading cards, that, like, yes, they can just print more. You're kind of at the mercy of whoever prints and whatnot. Yeah, Sandra, if you want to learn how to do these glitches, you can click on that YouTube playlist. it should teach you a bunch of the tricks. But yeah, it's like, is there any actual legal precedent for, or like legal grounds for that case? I just feel like if they're allowed to just print more, why wouldn't they be?
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, 6 a.m. I feel that. Luckily, I don't have to worry about school any day of the week. That's a little bad. Thank you, Kay. No, I switched to the Switch as opposed to continuing on Wii U.
Mm-hmm.
All right, see Acid. What up, Mayu man? Well, I did get a 2448. And I decided I think that's good enough. I don't have to suffer anymore. Pantheon 5 or Player 5 or Persona 5. I dare you to beat the strongest Lionel in the game before defeating Ganon. Wait, Ganondorf doesn't exist in this game, though. So you're kind of giving me an impossible task. Dude, I was about to say, where's Red Skies? We got some HK slander. Well, maybe not slander, but hate. Yeah, we got Calamity Ganon in this game. guess he saw me. The lore about Ganon versus Ganondorf? Wasn't it that, like, Ganondorf is imprisoned under Hyrule Castle and his, like, dark energy was... seeping out, causing the calamity? I don't know. I'm not much of a lore guy, to be honest. That launch looks so beautiful after Wii U. It does, right? It feels perfect. I love it. Andros, thank you for the raid. How's the stream? Dross cheated. More at 11. What up, Soul Mace? Yo, what's up, Glovers? What have you called Ganondorf a Ganondork? I better hear this on commentary while watching Wand of Gamelon. Actually, I don't even really know anything about Wand of Gamelon. Like, is Ganondorf in the game? Does anyone even run glitchless? Are you asking about Breath of the Wild glitchless? Or Tears of the Kingdom? I guess the answer is yes for both. Unless you're talking about something else entirely. We saved that for sure. Huge gaming. I'll take it. Alright, not bad.
di
You won't defeat Calamity Ganon with your weakest weapon?
In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco.
Technically I did, right? Because I threw away
Tenterò di contrastare queste
my
maligne,
weakest
ma
weapons.
non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilla.
So the weapon that I used was the Royal
Buona
Claymore,
fortuna. Link,
which was the weakest in my inventory.
è la tua occasione.
It was also the only weapon in my inventory, but
Ganon si sta indebolendo.
that's how that works.
Mira alla luce.
No, I switched. Imagine the... Wait. The thing is, on Wii U, I managed to get a 903 stasis exit. Right, so that would have been significantly better than this run.
Ancora un po'. Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto. Link, guarda la sua testa. Que-
Would you look at that? Dude, it's not even like a good run, but it's a sub 24. Yeah, plus a minute and 5. Yeah, thank you for the GGs. World record a couple of years ago. I think this would have been world record 2351. Probably like 3 years ago, right? Oh, wait. Okay, I know for a fact that the world record was at 2342 slightly over 3 years ago. Like 3 years and a month. Because I got a 2342 right before Tears of the Kingdom came out. And we just had the 3-year anniversary. Oh, also, yeah, Glovers, the new Dark Beast strat is so cool. I'm a big fan. Also, what's up, clubs? Speaking of... But yeah, it'd probably be like 3.5 years, maybe, since this would have been world record.
Tutto questo tempo. Il tuo destino. La tua sofferenza.
2342 is your favorite world record? I think mine is still the 2456.
Ho sempre saputo.
I don't know. It's like, it's hard for me
Che un
to
giorno
not...
saresti riuscito a sconfiggere la calamità Ganon.
Nostalgia farm
Grazie. Link.
with the old route, sub 25.
Ti ricordi? Ti ricordi di me?
And that was like the first time I actually had to grind for like a specific time. Like that one probably took me 3 months or something. of runs to actually get. There were like a bunch of close calls as well. Oh my goodness, Epic Pants, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Do you agree Castle probably kills more runs than anything? No, Bombs does. I mean, like, the number of runs that don't make it past Castle on pace is like, you know, of runs that make it that far, pretty high. It is difficult to get a good Castle time, but Bombs is just, you have to do it every single time. And it's got a bunch of different difficult tricks. So like, there are days where I'll reset like 90% of attempts at Bombs ESC. You started with that one? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that like the 2342 is 3 years ago. It seems I don't know, it feels like to me it should only be maybe 1 year ago. But time is passing. Of all of the cooked, theoretically faster any percent breath wild strats, which would you be most likely to switch to? It would be the Wind Bomb and Stasis. Yeah, the Alfort. Because like looking at it, it's doable. Like there have been people who have implemented the Alfort into their PBs. I think maybe two people have done it.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
But I will say I still think it's generally better not to, because like there are consistency issues with going for it. Because like, yeah, you hit it sometimes, but it does cause more resets, and it's pretty far in. So you're already resetting a lot on the first like 3 splits, or first 2 splits. Especially with like amiibo scanning and whatnot. So it's like overall a small time save for lots of risk. But at the same time, you know, it's a wind bomb that like I can hit in practice maybe 50% of the time if I'm actively practicing it. So that doesn't seem unreasonable. Unlike other strats where it's like, okay, you want to do the bullet time bounce, but you don't do a setup, right? You just whistle at a certain point and then jump at the Boko instead of like shooting an arrow to line up the position. So yeah, for me, I would say Stasis Alfort. It's either that or like there's the Torch Wind Bomb in Castle. I looked at it somewhat recently, and it's pretty much not a time save, right? The issue is that it saves a max of like 2 seconds, I think. But you're also gonna need more like food, because you need to eat since you're using one more Wind Bomb. So it makes the RNG for fish worse, because you need more fish to be able to continue the run and do that Wind Bomb. And you're also capped by how much time you can save because of, I mean, like, I guess that's not terrible. If anything, it's good. Because you can mess it up a little bit and still save time. But yeah, you're like waiting for the bomb to recharge. But that win is like, it's also kind of, it's a win bomb that seems doable with enough practice. I just think, given the food situation, it doesn't really make that much sense. Wow. Beat a Lionel now with a tree branch. You won't do it. Or a torch, please. Beat a Lionel with a tree branch or a torch, please, bruh. I don't know that you understand what this live stream is. I'm not taking requests. Ow.
Mm-hmm.
It's a speedrun. Yes, well then, why would I then try and kill a Lionel
Ooh.
with a tree branch?
Ah. Mm-hmm.
It would take 1,000 hits. Well, you can always use the mounted attack, right? If you wanted to. So even without glitches, you could do it. It'd be pretty annoying though. You can do it on another live. I don't think it's as interesting as you think it is. Trying to kill a Lionel with a tree branch. Get a world record where you're the fastest to beat the game, but in the middle you go and whack a Lionel with a tree branch 1,000 times. I think that has potential, yeah. I think that would make a very good YouTube title, you know? We don't survive that? Really? Oh, come on. I thought for sure. I had food. I should have just eaten. Like, I really thought that was gonna live. I would 100% watch that YouTube video. Yeah, well, I would 0% want to make that video, so we'll pass. All right, have a good night, Sandra. Make sure to get some rest so you're no longer tired as frick.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Yo, fire emote.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Ginger showing up to get food. How big of a super chat would Sandra need to make in order for this dream to be realized? For me to kill a Lionel with a tree branch? 1,000 hits. I don't know. It'd have to be at least $100. I don't imagine it would be that difficult. It would just take a while.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
You can beat a silver with 2,500 hits. I'm just trying to think. Let's see. If you were to do it with like mounted attacks, you would need to be able to remount the Lionel over and over without stunning it with a like arrow. So I actually don't know how that would work. I think you could potentially run away from it. Like, get into the air and then glide on top of it and just do that over and over, but beat a gold one. Okay, the problem with a gold Lionel is that I would need I would need to have a gold Lionel spawn, which is already a hurdle. Oh my goodness, all Lionels. That video got a lot of views. And I'm pretty sure the only reason for it is because Tears of the Kingdom was about to come out. So there's a lot of hype around Breath of the Wild speedrunning. There is also like clickbait with Lionels. Right? People see, whoa, all Lionels. I wonder what that's like. Lionels are hard to kill. And then I do find it kind of funny because all Lionels ended up just being do weapon modifier corruption and then fly around and like one-shot them. Okay, we're just gonna grab extra. Dude, honestly, all Lionels, no ancient arrows, pre-weapon modifier corruption had some cool optimizations. Because you would have to do weapon, or no, menu overloading with the 2 bow setup in order to dupe your... Was it, you would like dupe the Lionel bow or something? I forget. There was something cool. Yeah, so if you're on 1.9, basically the only glitch that is patched is BLSS. Everything else should work. Okay, that... Yeah, that's fine. Come on. Yeah, 1.9 is the latest version. Isn't the Omega Bow the 10-shot Travelers? It kind of depends. If you're talking about, like, the Hundo route, then yes, it is the Traveler's Bow. But you can put the recipe on any bow. And more generally, you know, you could refer to any bow with like a 10-shot modifier plus 100 and whatever attack. Like, you could call it an Omega Bow, but yeah, technically, like, we call the Great Eagle Bow that we get in Hundo nowadays the Omega Great Eagle Bow instead of just the Omega Bow. And I guess in, what, all Kilton medals, do we call it the Omega Bow? Who knows? Wow. It's pretty bad. Would you rather Wii U scan times or no cold damage going to cryo? Wii U scan times? Because, like, if you have Wii U scan times, then it just makes the RNG a lot nicer. Right, like more of your runs are going to be able to continue because it's just faster to get the fish that you need. And then you can also scan for more fish, which means even if you took damage during the slide to cryo, it wouldn't matter because you can just eat.
Ooh. Hmm.
Dude, it's actually so crazy. The difference. That was like a 110 entry. And then the Claymore's there immediately. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When done? Okay, I guess it is, yeah. You got me. I was gonna say, like... What do you mean, 2432? Hold up. But yes, technically, on 1.9 it is Moist's run. However, my run is better. I should do a comparison of how long it takes to run through that room on Wii U compared to Switch 1. Because, like, with how much lag there is, like the number of frame drops, it probably does make a difference. Oh, hello, July. Awkward. Yeah, I just I equipped the boomerang before actually throwing the claymore, and so it canceled the throw animation.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
How does it feel to not hear the Wii U startup every time I reset? It's great. Normally, I would say I'm a fan of the Wii U startup sound. It's just like... that console... it does not run Breath of the Wild well.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Yeah, basically everything is much nicer on Switch. Back to regular Breath of the Wild, yeah. want to detox. Get rid of all of the Wii U rot.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
It's actually so nice though. I stream on Twitch and YouTube. It's French text, Italian voice. Dark Beast is faster in Italian. Hey, what's up, stud muffin? Oh my goodness, dude. The ribbit as it falls down is so funny. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, I remember this one. I get caught, I think, by the torch thing. It's just very weird that that actually triggered the ragdoll cancel. And it was like a full ragdoll cancel too. Wait, is there? Oh, no, no, it's this one. Right, this one kills me, I think. That's so lame. Okay. I like hit the corner of the stairs at a spot where I would normally survive, and then I bounce off and die. because I land on the lower level. Ooh. What's up, Nikki? I'm gonna need you to add me on RNGeedle. I have seen you guys posting.
Svegliati.
I have yet to actually click on it to see what it's about.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
I imagine it's the new trend. It takes 10 seconds and it's more dopamine inducing than whatever you got from your 2246. I'm sure. All right, I'm imagining it, Nikki. What's next?
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Imagine being it being on the front of the leaderboard. Out of the thousands of rolling numbers, you hit a 676767. Me specifically. That's gotta feel great. It's true. I need to know if there's a badge. Oh my goodness. I wonder how much these people make, right? You spin up like a daily game. And then I don't know, a bunch of people start using it, right? It gets viral for a little bit. How much do they make in like ads? You just got me addicted to this. I'm reloading in incognito. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Yeah, as long as it doesn't translate to real life gambling, am I right?
Svegliati.
Yeah, it's alright, Sal. I couldn't handle it anymore.
Svegliati.
I don't know. We got a good enough time. 24:48. I could have done better, but it could have been much worse as well.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Yeah, we'll be starting that on Wednesday.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Should be fun. Oh my goodness. No, Lex, I did not. Not yet. I bet I could do it though. A guy like me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it didn't work. I wasn't able to make it to the castle immediately. How high does the void out area go? It is everywhere. Yeah, it's not something you can escape. I don't remember exactly how it works, but you can't go above it. You can't go underneath it. Once you're far enough off plat, it will just trigger. We trick the game into loading the castle at the plateau's coordinates. Oh my goodness. Hold up. Maybe we're thinking. It is kind of funny. Cause like you're able to okay, well, how would it work, right? If you were to spawn the castle on plateau, right? And then you fight Calamity. And then after Calamity, it warps you to Hyrule Field, right? But if you didn't have the paraglider, would it still trigger the void out? Obviously, that's all like hypothetical. It would be really funny though. Imagine like you start the Dark Beast fight and then Link gets like warped away. All right, we can get some proper Breath of Wild Leaf this time. Although Breath of Wild Leaf, describing it that way, almost makes it seem like a drug. How beautiful. Yeah, Astral got a poster of Breath of the Wild Leaf. One of one. What? Wait, who put this here? Did you guys know that there's a torch right here? Since when? What are they trying to tell you? I know that, like, over here, you can light a fire with the flint. This place is kind of neat, right? It's like a little cave. Although, I guess you need the axe.
Oh.
Don't worry. I'm taking your torch, but, like, I gave you a new one, so we should be good.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Whoa! He's looking at the Sheikah slate. You guys ever notice that? Because Zelda tells you to go to the point marked on the map on your Sheikah slate. And so he physically looks at it on his hip. Yeah, the old man. I suspect foul play. Got murdered. And you know what? Maybe it was deserved. I did steal his torch and the baked apple. Yo, what up, Cosney? Appreciate the good luck. Oh my goodness, it's the... Cell, do you have like a... Do you have the original? I gotta see this cat.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Hey, good morning, Zelda's Bankai.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Oh man. I don't know why I was like expecting it to be a real cat. How do you pronounce crayon? There's your answer. I saw that video. Wait, there's context here. Dude, there's the people who pronounce it crayon, which is interesting. No, Milan. We're just doing some Switch gaming to shake off the Wii U filth. I'm from Oregon and that's how you say it there? Oh no. I mean, what? I've been told Toronto, spelled Toronto, is spelled or is pronounced Toronto. So, you know, if you're okay with removing some of the letters, that's fine.
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
How does the Switch Pro controller feel? It feels so much better. I mean, like, the Wii U Pro controller is not super ergonomic. I don't know, the shape is very... I don't know if opinionated is actually the right term. But essentially, like, it is... It does have a fairly distinct shape and look, but it's not a very comfortable shape. It's like, you can see what they were going for in that it looks like it is supposed to be shaped such that your hand fits the grip more, but it just doesn't actually work in reality. Where the Switch Pro controller is much nicer, more ergonomic. And then the gamepad is also like giant, so no way that
Dirigiti al luogo
actually feels nice
segnato
to
sulla
hold.
mappa della tua tavoletta Sheikah.
No, 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 no. Wreck. I've come back. This is the Switch. Unless you mean Switch 1 at 80%. Wreck, GG on your run. If you had scheduled it for maybe like 3 p.m. instead, I would have watched it. I was too busy sleeping. You mean Switch 1 90% is also torture? Well, okay, once you play on Wii U for a while, it just feels so nice, you know, to not have to deal with lag and whatnot at every single step of the way. Everything feels so, like, responsive and nice. It was scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern. Does that count? Do you think that counts? Or should we kick you out? Waterboarding is better than the electric chair. Oh my goodness, this guy. Dude, Wreck, I'll have you know. That I was very close to beating your time. I got a 24:48. And then I had another run that was on PB pace by like 5 or 6 seconds at least. That died to, I think, Fireblight or something. So you're safe. But it was close. Oh my goodness. What version am I on? This is 1.6. Now hold up. Do you know something we don't? Finish that thought. What do you mean, the next pandemic? You've been practicing Breathweld 90% no amiibo for exactly 2 months, and you did your second ever run and got a 4207. Wait, when you say for 2 months isn't that bad, did you mean that isn't bad? Or are you calling it bad?
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
Well, you could be
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio
like my
dal
good
tuo
pal Requiem of Spirit, who didn't even have a finished run after 2 months. So there's that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if your first run is a 1 hour and like 19-minute time, then it's bad. Any other time, probably fine. I bet if you get like a 119 for your first completed 90% run, there's no chance you'll ever get world record. I'd pay to watch. I would pay to watch that run as well. To be honest, if you watched it, it would look not that bad. Realistically, I completed Plateau maybe I think it was sub 20
Link,
or like somewhat close to 20 minutes.
dirigiti al luogo
Which,
segnato
like,
sulla mappa
all
della
things
tua
considered,
tavoletta scelta.
for a first run, not terrible. And then I get to Blights. We're probably on 40-ish minute pace. And then I just died to Calamity like 5 times in a row. So I don't think it would be particularly interesting. Resident Evil Requiem. I think I like forwarded in the GDQ Discord, right? There's people joining and then requesting roles. And so the person like running Resident Evil Requiem requested their role, and I forwarded that message specifically to Rec. That's gonna be me. Well, you could also just practice more. Become, I don't know, a practice demon. And then your first run could be like really, really good. You'd be able to farm so many GGs. He's been, well, I don't know if I would classify that as nice, but I'm certainly not being mean. Hey, what's up, Red Bokoblin? Hey, what's up, Andrew? Yeah, back on the Switch. I couldn't take it. I mean, we got like a 24-48, which is not terrible. I think I've seen it enough. Dude, I feel like my approach was good, you know? I didn't sit there thinking I'm gonna practice until I can complete a run. Well, okay, I did practice until I could complete a run. That is true. But I didn't say I need this run to be, you know, clean. I just sat down and did it. It took me a while, but I like it. It's the kind of grit you don't see too often these days. Everyone dies to Calamity and is like, well, I can't have that be my first run. Come on. It needs to be clean. Like, no, it doesn't. You gotta save some time save for next run. Yeah, 24 is good enough. Try doing all the world record strats. Well, I would recommend not doing all of the world record strats, to be honest. If you're just starting out, that's just a recipe for disaster. Hey. The world record when I did that run was like at 27, probably. Yo, Rec, thank you for the 56-month resub. Appreciate that. Oh, indeed. GG, Sintamik. It is, yeah, it's pretty hard. That is true. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's not that much harder than regular, like, 3-inch and arrow headshots, except it's a little less lenient. Like, missing 3 headshots is pretty bad. Missing 2 is, well, it's definitely harder. Yeah, it's skip the flurry, do all the headshots, and then you have to do 1 or 2 hits. Or, okay, it's like 3 or 4 hits after, depending on how many headshots you miss. First try. Yeah, we just ended up deciding to, I guess, get good. I'm so curious. I feel like Klebs had mentioned some way of saving durability on the Royal Guards Claymore. But I don't actually remember what he changed. Well, I don't think I ever do. You can easily get it with, yeah, with backup food, and then suddenly you don't have it, and you're like failing to perform. I feel that. That's why you always grab backup food. And then, yeah, honestly, like, grabbing backup food is so worth it for a long time. I just feel like, if you have backup food, then it means more runs can continue. And, like, mag wind bomb, if you're doing the monk angle, is very helpful to have backup food. And then the slide to cryo as well when you're doing cliff. Been farming peppers at the start. Gonna take them to Tenno to plant them. Next year's harvest is gonna be mighty fine. I don't think I ever completed the Hateno quest stuff in Tears of the Kingdom. Because apparently there was a farm that you could start. That you could like grow stuff there. If I do get another world record, where do I think the times it would come from? I mean, I'm probably not gonna be running any percent for a while. But I mean, most of the time save is like, what, castle, I think? There's a lot you could save there. To be honest, I was looking at it last night. Because I went and looked at the load times for Wii U versus Switch 1. And then I got curious. I was like, well, okay. What if I check, you know, load remove time, my slides? Like, how does it compare? And then I looked, and compared to like Moldy's run, I think I lose like 5.8 seconds on loads overall. It was like 3.4 on loading screens, and then 1.2 on world loads on plat, and then 1.2 on world loads on castle. So if I can figure that out, I don't know. Like I checked, and this happens every time. I'll like get a PB, and then when I check the loads, it's like, oh, it turns out they're actually just worse. But I don't know what to do, right? I've tried like moving my camera. I just have never figured anything out to get it to be like consistently good. Come back after Klebs completes the 15 Bombero Calamity. Maybe. I feel like I highly doubt that skipping the engineers can actually be faster. But I don't know. Maybe I'm not open-minded enough.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
But yeah, it is kind of... It's unfortunate, because like basically I looked, and my world loads are pretty much the same as they've always been. So I've like never solved the issue. I just need to figure that out, and then I'll probably save a decent chunk. Because yeah, you look at it and it's like, well, you know, my world loads were, I think on Plat it was like 10 seconds of world loads, which compared to my previous PBs, that's roughly average. It's par for the course. But when you look at other people's world loads, it's like, it should be more like 8 to 9. Yeah, I don't know. I need to like figure something out before next time I run the category, because like otherwise it's rough. It's like, I don't know. I literally bought an OLED for this. Like at a certain point, I might like, I don't know, buy a homebrewed OLED or something, or pay somebody to like homebrew my OLED.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Ah.
You've heard of spear fishing, but how about torch fishing? Okay. How did I manage to kill the first one? I swear this is just not hitting. Alright, should we try this, Teabag? I'll give you this torch. There you go. And now give me your password. Oh my goodness, this guy. I gotta try it. Hold it. Don't worry, I'm just keeping your money safe. That's all. You can trust me. keeping a close eye on it, making sure it doesn't go anywhere. Whoa! When you spike your Switch controller, no, those things are expensive.
Svegliati.
I can't recommend doing that.
Svegliati.
If you want to spike your old controller, then go for it. It probably deserves it too.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Good evening, Esther.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
You know what? Even better. I will use your funds to buy a Switch controller as the replacement, right? Since eventually they'll stop producing Switch 1 controllers. And then, you know, when you eventually spike your controller, it breaks, I'll have it. You know, maybe I'll use it a little bit. Just a little bit of light use.
Link. Link.
But I'll keep it
Link.
nice and clean.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Did I do anything fun? Put it towards my savings? Does that count? I feel like I don't really do much like spending. Use it on a vacation. Goes towards the plane tickets that I'm still procrastinating buying to get to Minnesota. What's the most asked question in YouTube chat? I actually don't know. I mean, it's probably one of the classics. Yeah, like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. Why is it in French? Yo, Kjall, thank you for the 10 a month resub. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I dare say I'm starting to miss the Wii U scans. Okay, yeah, I did hear about the Baki guy getting added to Tekken. I feel like he kind of fits. I'm not much of a Tekken guy, having never played. And I'm not a Baki guy either, having never read. But I don't know. I feel like he fits the vibe. They're all super buff. Like kind of to the point where it's obscene. Comical. We should be fine here. Yeah. I'm buff. Can I stay? Oh my goodness. They'll add you to the next wave of DLC for Tekken. Yeah, I mean Tekken has like a bear. So I don't see why not. Okay, 114. That was close. A little too much height. Gotten really high up there. Oh, you know what I tried on Wii U? And I didn't figure it out. Back in the day, I remember Jesse mentioning that you could lag stop. Like, you could induce a lag stop on Wii U if you did Clifton Bomb. And so I was trying to get it to work, but I don't know how to actually optimally, like, induce lag. So I never got it. But yeah, there was like an idea that you could do the wind bomb, get like a super strong launch that makes it all the way to the BTB spot, for instance, and then you induce lag, like, I don't know, maybe like that kind of thing. In which case, you'd be able to do a fall damage cancel and land like at the BTB spot. It doesn't really work though. You should keep this setting on. Yeah. They do a run with this. With a Bazulan. If VR was like more of a thing, like more people had VR headsets and they were watching things in VR. It doesn't work. I mean, how hard is it to play the game like this? Then like you just do the the speedrun in VR mode. And then people watching will want to consume the VR point of view. To be honest, it's like exactly the same thing. Except the screen that you're looking at is a little bit smaller. Because I'm looking, okay. Which screen are you looking at? Or which side? Are left and right slightly different? Are they? Right feels like he's closer. Oh wait, oh. I'm trying to like measure. Wait. No, it's the same. If you line up the left side of the camera with the panels on the floor, is that good enough? Left I'm looking at the right one. Yeah, they're not identical. You can also like look at where the hearts are, I guess. Right, the hearts on the HUD are, I mean, it's just like they're not circles. Link he looks wider. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's been working out. And now he's showing off those muscles. They're definitely different, right? Yo, what's up, Z? Thank you for the good luck. Turns out the loads are faster in VR. Well, what's funny is VR used to be a strat, right? Because VR causes the game to render twice. And so it actually induces lag in certain areas where you wouldn't normally be able to get lag. And so for super launches, you're required to get lag. So it can make it easier to get supers in certain areas. And there's some spots where it's like you can only get a super if you have VR active. So it definitely wouldn't make the load times faster. I mean, it's a bunch of different categories. I think they've fallen out of favor just because switching to VR does take time. And so generally, if you're able to get a super without it, then it's faster. And right, like how long did that take? That's probably under 5 seconds. It's more like 3 seconds? I don't know. Hold up, wait. Yeah, it's like 2.5 seconds maybe to get VR active. So it's like the super needs to save at least that much time to make it break even. And so yeah, it's just generally not super applicable. But yeah, it was used in a bunch of different runs. I would say, yeah, Gerudo Desert was the most common spot for it. So like, getting the super to Kara Kara Bazaar was pretty common, and then you could use VR for the super back to Gerudo Town as well. And so that shows up in a bunch of different runs. Wait, this is funny. I actually can't, because I soft lock myself, I can't undo VR from here. Dude, this is trippy. Look at the way his like legs shrink. Does anybody know how this looks with the like Labo? Did this work? Like at all? There's got to have been at least one person to buy the Labo. Hey, what's up, Marshall? Hello, Mario Man. All right, I think we do one more attempt. Also, just to make sure. Oh, okay, I was not in VR. Probably looked really crusty, yeah. I can't imagine it. It was great. Like a big screen real close to your eyes. Mm-hmm. The Labo was kind of cool. They should do it again, but with the Switch 2. Can you imagine? Right, the size difference between the Switch 1 and the Switch 2. Having to like haul that around on your face.
Svegliati.
Yo, nice, Emroyal.
Svegliati.
Enjoy another playthrough, perhaps. Playing Breath of the Wild on the Wii U is peak. Switch probably doesn't compare.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
You're right, there is no comparison.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio
However,
dal tuo
there's at least one thing wrong with that statement.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Wow, he like followed me all the way. Oh no, I missed. No, I never got into it. I only know how to do a couple of the tricks. Are we on world record pace at the moment? If we pivot to a different category, I think we could be. Just gotta figure out what category is not super optimized. Dude, look how good this is. Holy. We should just spawn barrels everywhere. Dude, that'd be sick. You just fly around. No big deal. Got some fancy footwork. There is actually, okay, so a little bit of a history lesson. Oh, that's way too fast. Back in the day, no, wait, was it here? Or was it up there? I think it may have had to be, or I think it might have needed to be like up there. Essentially, there was a strat back when we were doing the BTB route, right? Where normally you would box walk, you'd use this box to like launch yourself over to the Boko camp, and then you would BTB off of the Bokos to get to bombs. But instead, there's actually an amiibo that spawns barrels. It's the Ganondorf amiibo. And so people would spawn in barrels here so that they could BLSS over to bombs. And the idea was that it would be a little bit faster and also more consistent. Because there are issues with doing bombs BTB with the Bokos. Which, of course, this was a very small period of time where BLSS was discovered, but we didn't know how to make it faster for Plat, or rather, people were still working on that. And so this was like, it was the time between BLSS's discovery and its implementation for like bombs first. Which is kind of funny. We'll get there eventually. No. Did anyone try this version of the glitch on Switch 2? Yeah. It also doesn't work. When people were whistle sprinting with perfect routes to climb the towers. Oh my goodness. That sounds awful. No way. Did you guys know that they put a soldier's broadsword here? Wait, since when? Has that always been there? I think that might be the first time I've ever seen it. Which is interesting because I've been like literally right here tens of thousands of times. You would think I would know. Like the whole area. They added it just now. Oh, that makes sense then. Yeah. Dude, there's a strat here. I don't have any arrows anymore, so I can't do it. But you could like potentially use bullet time to move this thing out of the way. kind of hard to do though. Unless there's like an actual setup for it, I would always YOLO it. That was kind of cool. Getting a good horse was the goal. Oh my goodness. Nowadays we just... What? Scan Epona? Oh, you know what's kind of funny? There was actually a time where... I don't think it's allowed anymore. But essentially you could... submit a bug limit speedrun where you scan amiibo to get Epona and mark it as no amiibo. Because essentially it was RNG whether or not you got like a good horse. And so instead you could guarantee that you get a good horse by using amiibo. It just like reduced the RNG. But that was like part of the rules for a while. Yeah, they were just like, sure. It makes running the category better, I guess. Hey, what's up, Zelds? Thank you for the raid. How's the stream? Isn't there supposed to be a beetle on one of these? Did I scare it away? I must have. A long 7 hours of not getting runs. Ah, rip. You'll get them next time, though. Dude, a Switch 2 shirt would be fire. I've been saying for a long while that they need to make a Wii U shirt. Right? Like, isn't it a scam that the Switch gets a t-shirt during the, or for the DLC, but the Wii U doesn't? That's clear favoritism. Like, I would unironically buy like a Wii U shirt. I think that'd be so funny. I mean, honestly, if they sold this shirt as like official merch, I might buy it. Because I think it's funny. I'm pretty sure you can get like a Switch shirt from like Etsy or something if you wanted to. How many hours do I think I've sunk into this game? It's like 9K or something. Wow, 0 arrows. Wait, I can still win this. There we are. I need them to get in here. Wait. That's not gonna work. There we are. Easy. And now for my reward. I believe it's five fire arrows. Yeah, that's right. I know my stuff. Yo, it's FMZ. I'm playing Breath of the Wild for the Nintendo Switch. Wait, I actually want that barrel. He got me. I got owned. Just got to your hotel in Osaka. Yo. Hey, GG. Wait, I just burned all the... Yeah, I blew up all the barrels. I was gonna use one for BLSS. But I guess I can't. Yo, dude, that's so sick. Isn't it cool how it just like lines up properly? Are there any frogs, maybe? I think it'd be cool if there was a hot-footed frog around. Oh, I guess not. Unlucky. Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't work that well most of the time. If you were a Great Plateau Bokoblin, what would you do all day? I would chill. That was close. They just vibe. I don't know. Occasionally some random guy comes over and steals stuff from your camp. And then you're bothered by it for a little bit until you realize life's too short to worry about it, you know? You could probably find something on the object map. I don't really remember. There's like 2 different void out barriers. There's like the close one, which sends you back to where you were standing, and there's the far one, which sends you back to the Shrine of Resurrection. And I think the close one, you know, is probably just your average void out plane, but the second one that's like farther away, I don't think you can avoid in any way. But I don't remember exactly how it's like implemented. I think it's more of like a... Oh, I don't know. Oh, we're back here. Wait. Knowledge. So this is the Shrine of Resurrection, right? Did you know that if you drop down here, there's a torch right here? Wait. There's a torch right here. It's this tree. Wait, what? Hold on. There was a torch. No, no, no. Am I crazy? Oh, it's right here. See that? That's the torch. They put it here so that you can grab it and light the whole forest on fire. Not even the game knew. Yeah. Well, I don't know. You pick some knowledge up after playing the game for 9,000 hours. Wait, can I not sit at this fire? Can you not sit at campfires or something? Until you progress a certain amount? Wait, but this is invincible. Yeah, this fire is invincible. Interesting. Hey, what's up, maybe? We didn't quite get it. This guy doesn't play CS, it's true. Alright, game over. It's time to call it a day. Well, thank you all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the whatchamacallit. Yeah, the Wii U speedruns. What? Let's see. I'll be back on Wednesday for some Tears of the Kingdom glitchless. Which should be a lot of fun. Yeah, basically, what? GDQ. I'm doing a run for the marathon on July 9th, and so we'll spend the next a little more than a month practicing, getting into marathon shape. Should be a lot of fun. It's been a while since I've done runs of Tears of the Kingdom glitchless. There's a lot of cool strats that I need to learn. But yeah, it'll be the thing that I run for the next little bit. So look forward to it. And I'll send you guys off to Squimmy. With a good luck Mrow as the raid message. And then at some point in the near future, I'll have a video out on the Wii U. That will be in the works. But yeah, I don't know. Catch you next time. Bye.